Good morning, and thanks for joining us. We're in Tucson, Arizona, ahead of Disc Golf Pro Tour's All-Star Weekend, joined now by Kona Panis. It was a big weekend for you last year. Got a good start to the season. How did that feel, getting a win under your belt in February of last year to start out things off?
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, I have to give some of the credit to Katrina Allen because we played that first round in a doubles and we shot a really great round, and we were both kind of just like leading the tournament together. So I have to give her some of the credit. She played really great. But to end that tournament, with a win was just a huge confidence booster going into the season, kind of just showing all the hard work from the off season kind of paying off. So it was great to kind of come out on top just to start.
And for to start this season, Dynamic Disc, huge off season. You're a huge part of that. Mm-hmm. Is that pressure, or is that a confidence boost for you going into the 2022 season?
I think it's both. Yeah. I mean, having a company just be so excited for me and have my back no matter what. Of course they want me to play well with all their discs and everything, but having the support of Jeremy Rusko and Eric McCabe and just knowing that no matter how I do, like, this company's just excited to have me is amazing. Of course, there's going to be that pressure, but people have to understand I switched my whole entire bag. Like, I was playing with the same discs for 4 years, so there's going to be some trial and errors, and it's going to come with the experience, but I'm excited.
Anything in particular you're looking forward to using this weekend?
Yes, I'm throwing the Escape a lot, of Fusion Escape. It's one of my favorites, and I am bombing on my Royal Grace, so my max distance driver.
So a big year for you in 2020, personally and as a pro. Any goals you're looking to set going into this season?
I don't have a lot of set goals. For me, it's finding a consistent putt that I can stick with. That's always one that I'm always looking forward to, and I'm excited for everyone to see my putt this weekend. It's feeling really good. And then, just going out and trusting my stuff.
The draft tonight, so it's slightly different format. Is there anybody you say, I want to be their teammate, or are you kind of keeping your cards close to your chest?
Both of them are amazing. I mean, Paige Pierce I've looked up to since day one, even Katrina as well. But, Katrina and I have history at the All-Star Weekend. So if anything, we could go out and kill it again. And especially with us having these new sponsors, what more confidence than that? So I don't know. Either one I'd be happy with.
All right, I'm going to toss it over to Mahmoud Barani now, if you have any questions, Mahmoud.
Yeah, Kona. Last year, turn off the mic, please. One of the areas that you struggled was on the greens. You had 54% putting in circle 1 and 9% putting in circle 2. Does the switch to dynamic discs? How confident are you with your new putters?
So I'm putting with EMAC judges, classic EMAC judges, and this is different from the putters I used to have. I used to putt with no bead at all, and now I have a bead on my putter, and I'm actually liking it because it forces me to put my pointer finger in the same place, where before I was kind of in between under or on top, and so it was kind of messing with me mentally. So now that I have the EMAC judges with a small bead, I have to go to the same exact spot every time, and that's just nice to kind of have that routine. But like I said, it's just the confidence is gonna come. It's a new putt, a new putter, a new company, and it's gonna take some time, but I'm just so excited to start my season here at the All-Star event because, like we've all talked about, this is kind of an exhibition. It's not it means something, yes, but it's not a major or anything. So it's a great way to kick off all the dust and just get excited for the season.
Awesome. Thanks, Kona. And I apologize. I had a little bit of echo, so that's why I'm having a hard time talking. But yeah, with your new contract with Dynamic Discs, it was the value of the contract was made public. That's not usually the case in disc golf. Was that important for you?
So I actually wanted Dynamic Discs to announce how much I was making. One, because the reason I kind of went to Dynamic Discs at the start was I saw Kristen Tatar's how much she was making. She put on her Instagram 125K with Latitude. And seeing that, I sent it to Eric McCabe and, asked him if this was something we could do. And he was like, let's talk about it, let's see what we can do. And so seeing her put that out, inspired me to see what my worth was. And so I wanted to put out to show other women that, see what your value is and see who's willing to commit to you on that level. And so that's a big reason, and also just to show our younger generation that if they want to do this and make this a lifestyle or a career, that there's money in it if you commit to it and you build your brand.
Awesome. Thank you, Kona.
Thank you.
All right, that wraps things up with Kona. Best of luck this weekend and best of luck this season. And in the meantime, enjoy this nice Arizona weather, and we thank you for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you,
James
guys.
Conrad is coming up in a second. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We're in Tucson, Arizona, ahead of Disc Golf Pro Tour's All-Star Weekend, joined now by James Conrad. James, welcome. And I saw your van out there with your face and name all over it. Has it been a nice off-season and good to get back on the road?
Yeah, it's great to be back on the road. I was just joking with some people yesterday. It kind of feels like the first day of school after summer break, seeing all our friends again. Like the touring community is really tight-knit. Like we're spending pretty much all year with these people, and so it's a ton of fun to have some time away and some time off, but then to get back on the road and start getting back in the routine and seeing all our friends again.
What was the best part of the off-season?
The best part, I was able to go on vacation to Costa Rica for about 2 weeks, and that was just amazing. Super relaxing, super beautiful down there. Nice warm weather. It was a really nice time.
So 2021 was a big season for you. One moment in particular. What are your goals going forward? Are you trying to replicate, or do you have something in particular you'd like to share with us that you're trying to achieve this year?
I don't have a really specific goal. I think obviously my shot from last year would be hard to ever replicate, but yeah, I'd like to continue to play good golf and continue to improve, and I'd like to stay mentally strong on tour this year, try to maintain focus throughout each and every round and each and every shot, and I think that will lead to some great success.
Now, you had a new partnership over the offseason, right, with Schaefer Sports Management. What's that relationship like, and what's that going to bring you?
Yeah, I'm excited for that relationship. We haven't started to do too much yet, but definitely have already had some meetings and some potential sponsors, and they're starting to work on like tax and business help for me. So that's definitely a big burden kind of lifted off of me. It can be stressful, figuring out exactly what you owe and how to make sure you're not overpaying, but how to make sure you're not underpaying either on taxes. So even just that aspect of it is huge for me, and I look forward to some future endorsement deals that will help bring.
And you're out here. Have you gone to hit the course yet? And what was it like? Were you out here yesterday?
Yeah, I played a practice round yesterday, and I had a ton of fun. It was great weather, and it's just beautiful here. The big mountains in the background and all the cactus and the desert plants and everything. It's a really pretty place to play disc golf, and it should be a really fun weekend.
Are you looking forward to the draft tonight? Do you have any expectations? Do you expect to go soon, or is there anybody you want to be on their team?
We got a pretty stacked 12 men field here, so I think whatever team I end up on, I'll obviously have some friends on the team, some people I get along well with. It should be fun either way.
All right, I'm going to toss it now to Mahmoud Barani. Mahmoud, you got any questions for us?
Yeah, James. Last year you did something pretty cool, pretty unique. You won the World Championships, but did not win another tournament. I think you're the first person to win the Worlds and have that be your sole win for the year. Like how interesting, how cool is that for you to hear that?
Yeah, that's a pretty wild one. I guess I might have been the first person that happened to, but I feel like just with how stacked our fields are getting, it's getting harder and harder to pick up a single win on tour, and there's so many people in contention each week. I think that might become more of a common trend, seeing less multiple like repeat winners throughout the year and see more unique winners on tour each year, just with how stacked the field is getting and how well everyone has been playing lately.
Yeah, because it's like probably back in the day, the World's winner probably was playing like a C tier back home, which is probably not happening anymore, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. Yeah, James, last year you were obviously the World's throw-in was the big one, but you were one of the leaders on tour. I think you were in the top 10 in terms of throw-ins just all over the place for all season. What is it about, maybe that MV in particular or your discs in particular that has you so dialed from like that throw-in distance outside of Circle 2?
I think it's hard to say what it is, but yeah, I feel super comfortable playing like a catch type toss, like a little bit nose up and just kind of like a off speed throw, throwing it nice and smooth and slow, and that definitely resulted in some throw-ins. I think quite a few of my throw-ins, if you will, were kind of a gray area, outside of circle 2, but not truly a throw. So maybe we'll eventually have like a circle 3 stat. I think people are putting up to about close to 100 feet, so a third circle might make sense to really differentiate between just a really long putt and a throw-in. But either way, it's always fun to make them from outside of that circle 2 mark.
Awesome. Thank you, James. Appreciate your time, man.
You're welcome.
James, thank you very much. We wish you good luck this weekend, good luck tonight, and good luck the rest of the way. So thank you for joining us. We will be right back with Kyle Klein in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're in Tucson for Disc Golf Pro Tours All-Star Weekend, joined now by Kyle Klein. Kyle, how does it feel to be out here after a good long off-season?
It feels great. This weather is phenomenal. I just got in last night, so I haven't really had a chance to experience it to the fullest yet, but I'm definitely excited to be out of the cold.
Yeah, you're here just in time for the good weather and the draft tonight. Do you have any expectations or hopes for the draft? Are you just going to go where you fall?
Yeah, definitely just going to go where I get picked. Everyone here is top caliber, so, I'm not really worried about whose team I'm on, but I feel like I'll fit in wherever I go.
If you could pick somebody to be paired with doubles, is there somebody that comes to mind?
Like I said, everyone here is amazing, so, I really have no top picks in mind, but I feel like whoever I'm with will do pretty well.
Now, this offseason, just recently, actually, you announced you're paired up with Beacon Sports Management. What's that business partnership going to look like, and how is that going to help you in this season?
Yeah, it's just everyone's kind of getting like their agents or their managers. It's just kind of someone to help out with like brand deals and negotiations and everything that kind of goes along with that. So it's not so much everything's on one person. It's just kind of he's taking the load off for sure.
I'll toss to Mahmoud now. Mahmoud, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Kyle. He had a big breakthrough win last year at Idlewild. What was that like, winning that first big one, getting that weight off your chest, and not just winning it, but winning it over a fellow Michigander in Andrew Marweed, who I know you've been playing with for a long time now?
Yeah, it was just a great experience. I was 4 or 5 back of the lead going into that round, so I know I had a lot of work to do, but I think tapping in that final putt kind of showed that all the work had paid off at that point, and that I knew there was no tournament I couldn't win. So it was just a great experience and a great moment.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great moment for us watching you, because we knew you were so close, because literally the week before you were watching as your teammate Eagle hit that putt to win the tournament. So we knew you were close, and then you followed through the very next week. So that was really cool as a fan. Speaking of Eagle, you've been promoted to the same team as Eagle. Now you're on the Discmania Sky team. What kind of perks does that come with? And if you can share any like financial details of it, of like what that's worth being on that Sky team.
Like you said, there's like financially wise, there's nothing really much I can talk about, but just for me, it's just an honor, to be able to be on the same team level as the two people I've looked up to more than anyone else in the sport growing up. So I'm just really lucky and really honored to be there.
Awesome. Well, I don't think anyone listening, I think everyone listening probably feels like you deserve it, because you absolutely do. So Discmania has been branching out. They have their own basically production now, where they're making like Italian blends and all kinds of like fancy plastics and stuff. And we know that there's a lot of disc maniacs out there. What's it like? I know you probably get your hands on discs a little bit sooner than the rest of us. Is there anything coming out from Discmania, like in a certain blend of plastic, that you're like super stoked for the rest of the world to kind of get their hands on?
Can you repeat that a little louder? There's a helicopter going up. I can't.
No worries. Is there a disc that you got your hands on that like the disc maniacs out there are going to be able to get their hands on in the future, that you're really excited about? Like a disc that you have that no one else has, but you're excited for everyone else to have it?
I don't think there's anything that I have that no one else has. Actually, no, I do. The new C-Line PDs, I felt those a couple times, and those feel phenomenal. Yeah, they're not going to be like too much of a super stable, overstable, or dead straight. They're just going to be a nice, controllable PD, which is I'm really excited for that.
Awesome. Yeah, and one last question from me. You've kind of had this really wonderful kind of staircase progression, where a couple years ago you were on a lead card at Maple, and then last year you were knocking on the door, and then you knocked the door down and you won, and then at the end of last year you were knocking on the door at a major. It kind of, the natural progression, the next thing seems to be winning a major, being right there. Is that kind of on your mind as we enter the 2022 season?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the last 2 times I've played the USDGC, I've had a 5th place finish and 2nd place finish. So I've been improving on those finishes the last 2 years. So I feel like the only step that's left is to win. So that's definitely on my mind for the end of the year.
Awesome. Well, shout out Shea Agby at Team Great Lakes, and thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Kyle, thanks for joining us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to All-Star Weekend's Media Day. Adam, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
First of all, the draft tonight. Where are you expecting to fall, and where do you want to fall?
I'm not sure. I'm happy to be on Eagles or Calvin's team, both great players. Yeah, just looking forward to it. I think it'll be a fun little thing tonight, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
Either way, it'll be a great weekend. Have you had a chance to get out there yesterday to test out the course?
Yep, I played my first round yesterday. Threw a bunch of shots. Just tried to learn the holes, and pretty straightforward. I think it's a really fun course. It's great for exhibition like this event is, and I think it'll just be a great week in the sun, and it's a beautiful resort here, and yeah.
Yeah, you had a great end to the season in the fall, big win at MVP. How is that rolled over into the off season? How's your off season been?
Off season was great. Spent half the time at home and then half the time in Arizona. I've been in Arizona for the last about 2 months now, so yeah, I just balanced it out a little bit with family, and now here with friends, and just getting ready for the season. Can't complain about the Arizona sun, and it's the nicest place to be in the country this time of year. So yeah, just super excited to get back on the road and compete at a high level.
All right, Mahmoud, I'll toss to you. Questions for Adam.
Yeah, Adam. Obviously, you're known as, if not the best putter on tour, one of the best putters on tour. Will you be disappointed if you're not put in the putting competition? If someone puts you in distance or distance accuracy? I mean, you also bomb and you're also very accurate. So, what's your kind of take on what competition you're going to be in?
All right, stand by 1 second for Mahmoud. We are going to real quick. The doubles. I already asked you who you'd like to get drafted by, but is there anybody in particular you'd like to get paired up with?
For like the doubles part, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
we're all top. I mean, the top 8 players in the world are here. I think, if I'm paired up with any of them, I think it's a bonus. So, obviously I'm going to be. So, any of them is fine.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for taking the time. We'll be right back, and thanks for joining us. All right, welcome back to Tucson. Heather Young is with us now. Thanks for joining us. You are the only lefty in the field, I believe. Does that give you any kind of advantage, or you suspect where you'll be going for the skills competition?
I don't think it's usually an advantage being a lefty, but after playing the course once, I feel like it's pretty fair, so I'm excited.
Have you been working on anything? I know putting's a strength of yours, but have you been working on anything during the off season?
Yeah, the biggest focus this off-season has been distance. That's pretty normal for me, but I've also put a lot of time into my putting to make sure it just keeps getting better over time.
Do you have any preference for your draft tonight, or you just? A lot of people said they're just hoping they'll be happy with whatever team they end up on. Everybody here is really good, so
yeah, I
that's
like
it.
Everybody here. I'm happy to play with anybody that's here, so I really don't have a preference. Either side will be good.
That's good. Have you checked out the course yet?
Yeah, I played it yesterday. It seems like a pretty good course. There's a lot of par threes, so I feel like for FPO that it may be sort of par golf for a lot of the course, but that's just a different style. There's not necessarily anything wrong with that.
I'm going to toss to Mahmood now. Mahmood, questions for Heather.
Hey, Heather. Last year you had your first big win on tour. It was a Silver Series at the Mid-America Open. What are you taking from that experience, and how are you using that experience to kind of get to the next step of winning now an Elite Series in 2022?
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing I learned from that event was, well, there were kind of two things. One was I went into that event with the mindset that winning is the only thing in this event that will be good. I was one of the highest rated there. It was like, this is the only thing that will make me happy is if I win. So I went into it with a good mindset. But then also I just played really consistent rounds there. Like, I didn't have a round that was really bad, but I also didn't do anything crazy. I was just making sure I was getting pars and the birdies where I could.
Yeah, and I mean, getting the birdies where you can, that's really important for a player like you. You said you're working on distance, but for you, usually it's about kind of being very precise and taking your birdies and your opportunities when you can. If you're going to win an Elite Series, Heather, I want you to put your foot down. Which Elite Series this year are you going to win?
I think one of the best ones for me would be Waco. That's the one that I'm watching first. I like that course, and I can play really well there.
Hey, everybody, you heard it here first. Heather Young, guaranteeing that she's going to win Waco. One more follow-up for you, Heather. We just saw you behind the scenes in the strobe light room. I couldn't quite tell the color, but I'm guessing it was purple. How cool was it to be in the purple strobe lights with your purple disc and your that's really cool that you've kind of taken on purple as your brand. It's awesome.
Yeah, that was really cool. I always enjoyed hanging out with the Disc Golf Network guys and learning about camera work. So I was just hanging out up there watching while they got it all set up, and they set up a whole set of the purple strobe lights for me. So that was really cool. It's awesome, all the new ways the Pro Tour is getting things to help players with their branding, and obviously purple is one of the things I have in my brand, and it's cool that they're able to help me with that.
And one last question for you. What would be your level of shockedness? What percentage shocked would you be if you were not put in the putting competition by your captain today?
I would say I'd be very shocked if I wasn't. I would say I would be 90% expecting to be put in that.
Well, I got nothing else, Matt, so back to you.
All right, Heather, we're all set. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck this weekend and good luck this season.
Thank you.
Geo is a frog.
All right, welcome back to Tucson. Jeff, thanks for joining us.
Happy to be here.
We are going to get into a few questions. Charlie, you want to take it away?
To go first. All right, fantastic. Hi there, Charlie Eisenhood with Ultra World Disc Golf. Hi, Jeff. Can you hear me? All right, great.
I can hear you just fine, Charlie. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's a beautiful day in New York City today. So there's been some kind of last-minute changes with some wild card additions to the lineup for this weekend. A couple players on both the MPO and FPO sides. Can you elaborate a little bit on what's going to be the format changes that are going to be required with now 7 players in the mix per team instead of 6?
Yeah, we're excited to add 2 wild cards to MPO, and we're just announcing the 2 final wild cards for FPO, which is just going to add some extra flavor and extra talent. They're the next 2 in line in terms of Yuli and Double G and Madison and Holly, who will be added. And they worked hard to be next up in alternates. When we were going through, the confirmations of players, they were all notified, hey, if somebody drops, would you be able to make it? And they all were, and then, most of them are out here. And so, in discussions, we kind of thought, hey, wouldn't this be fun to add in a couple wild cards to spice up the event? We're having fun with this exhibition, new Ryder Cup style team format. So in terms of the impact on the format, basically in the skills competition, we're going to have 2 players selected into the distance competition, 2 players selected into the shot shaping and accuracy competition, and then now 3 players selected into the putting competition, and their cumulative score will determine which team wins, whether it's Team Cat or Team Paige, Team Eagle or Team Calvin, and they'll all get 1 point each for either winning as a team distance, winning as a team shot shaping accuracy, or winning as a team putting. And so the teams can come away with 3 points total, or it will be 2-1 basically after the skills competition. Going into doubles, the wild cards will be alternates in case somebody's not able to play, or in case the team captain wants to make a decision, but there'll still be 3 teams of 2. Same thing, you can either come away with 3 points for Team Paige or Team Cat, Team Calvin, Team Eagle, or you can be 2-1, and so we'll have 6 points on the line through those 2 days, going into Sunday, where it's going to be a beautiful final day of really kind of high stakes action, because we're going to have 7 singles matches with those wild card matches going off first, and we'll probably avoid tiebreakers because of that, hopefully, but we'll see. It's not match play. It's scored stroke play, Charlie, but you do earn 1 point, and the point is what matters to your team, if that makes sense.
Yes, it sure does. Great. So for the draft tonight, now the players are going to obviously do the snake draft. When do they pick who's going to be on which team? That is putting for the skills competition, putting, distance, accuracy. Do they pick that initially as soon as they make their draft picks? And when do the team captains have to pick themselves?
Yeah, so what we're doing is having the team captains declare themselves into a category before the picks actually start. So before they even know who they're going to get to pick based on, who the other team captain picks, they declare themselves like, I'm putting myself in distance, I'm putting myself in accuracy, I'm putting myself in putting. They have to make that declaration before they even make a pick, Charlie. And so then each person they draft, they have to actually draft into a slot. It's maybe similar to fantasy baseball, football, basketball. You're drafting into that slot, and you got to fill up your team into the skills competition slot. So there will be a lot of strategy. It's going to be fun to see how they kind of make that all work.
Can you tell us a little bit about the course? Obviously, it's a temp course. It's a new course. So there's a caddy book online, but it's hard to get much of a feel for it. So what kind of demands will this course put on players? I know it's an all-star event, but we still want to see the challenge.
Yeah, so the course here is beautiful. Going to create some beautiful videos and pictures for the fans at home. It's, about half of the course I feel like is going to be great for exhibition, maybe ace runs, got to get that birdie. And the other half will be extra, challenging, where there is a lot of difficulty in some bigger shots, some challenging pin placements, and so on and so forth. So it is set up for the all-star exhibition event, so it won't be a typical elite series course that maybe you're used to seeing. It's on this beautiful 9-hole golf course track here at El Conquistador called Push Ridge, and I think it's going to be fantastically fun to watch the players air it out here. We're going to see a lot of like big air, shot shaping, and I think some big putts too. There's a couple holes that have water hazards in them. And, overall, I think that you should expect players to go low and to be able to see some really exciting shot shaping and big distance in certain holes. And a big shout out to Jeremy Herr, our assistant TD, for jumping in, getting this course ready, helping design it we had Pete Ulibarri, who helped with All-Star last year, come down and co-design it with Jeremy. And they did a great job putting in this track. Jeremy ran the Arizona State Championship last year here at this course, so he has like a good handle and familiarity with the features and what he can get done here. They actually put 2 courses on this for the state championship, and it's been combined to one, kind of maximize that distance and challenge. So we're looking forward to it, though.
If you had to pick if you were picking first in the draft, who you taking on both MPO and FPO sides?
Oh,
where are you putting yourself?
I feel like you know me better than that, and you don't expect me to answer this, but I'll describe the player. I think that you're going to see some death putts, so you want somebody confident putting, and you're certainly going to want somebody who has accurate distance, where they to max it out, they don't have to go for that straight true distance, but are able to throw golf shots with distance. So hopefully that gives you an idea of who I might select. But I'm always neutral, and I'm rooting for every player equally all the time.
I think my last question is, what are the skills competition formats going to look like? We know what the 3 categories are, but I don't think I've heard how they're going to, be formatted. Are we going to see like around the world type putting situations? Is it, horse? What are we going to see?
Yeah, happy to explain those a little bit more in depth. So for distance, it's just going to be raw distance. There will be out of bounds, so you have to get it inbounds, out of bounds on both sides, right? So as long as you get it inbounds, we just add up. The players will have several attempts, and their longest inbounds, you add those 2 totals together, and you get the winning team. And so we'll see some big air attempts, since they'll have a number of chances at it. For the accuracy, there's going to be mandatories, so they're going to have to curve it left to right, right to left, keep it under, and keep it over. So you might see, like, especially with the mandatory over, you may see like thumbers, grenades, that kind of stuff. Mandatory under, you might see skip shots. Mandatory left and right, you're going to see either forehands or big annies. I think it's going to be creative based on the player, and I think that's going to be really cool to watch. In terms of the targets that they're going for, there's going to be bullseye, circle 1, circle 2, with different arrays of points. So basically, if you put them all in the bullseye, you max it out, other than cashing it in, which will be the most points. But it'll be thrilling to see someone cash one in on the accuracy, and that will obviously be the most points. On the putting, they start at elevated basket at 20 feet, then a 25-footer, 25 obstructed, and then we go to third circle's edge, and circle's edge obstructed, 45-footer, and then like a bonus from edge of circle 2 at 66. And I think that it will kind of like be that around the world. Like we have an area picked out where you will have very interesting features that they'll be putting around and through. So,
all right, thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Jeff, thank you very much for joining us and setting the scene. Like you said, we're really looking forward to this weekend, and thank you very much. Stand by. We'll be right back.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to All-Star Weekend. Thanks for joining us. Owen, thanks for being here.
Good to have me.
How has the off season been, and what have you been up to this off season?
It's have been fun. I have chance to traveling here and there, and so pretty much like week off here and there, or 2 week off to just go see something new or different state. But also, I'm trying something new. Try to change my form a little bit this year. But it's kind of hard. But I'm getting there. Hopefully in the future, very soon.
So this is an exhibition kind of weekend. So are you looking forward to the draft process, the skills challenge? Anybody in particular you're hoping to be paired up with or on the same team as?
Well, everybody can. Whoever throw far, give it to me. Everybody know I am not throwing far, but I can putt. So whoever throw 350, 400, I'll be happy with pairing with that woman, and I'm pretty sure I'll help her with the putting. So, or upshot.
And you're sure, and you're pretty certain or suspecting you'll be put in putting in the skills challenge? Yes. I'm
not sure because a lot of girl putting good in this 12 us. It can be anybody, or they might pick me something else, but I hope they pick me on the putt because I'm kind of like work hard on it, and then if not, it's fine because everybody putting good, like I said. So.
Mo, questions for Ohn?
Yeah, Ohn. Well, I do want to talk about your putting a little bit. Last year, you were 84% in Circle 1. That's number one in the entire FPO field. So, it's probably in your captain's best interest to put you in the putting competition. How much confidence does that give you going into 2022, knowing that you were the best putter on tour last season?
Are you sure best putting on tour? I don't think so, because I see a lot of women bang the putt all day long. But I probably can call myself maybe top 7 or top 8 for sure with the putting. But yeah, I work hard on it, so I put at least like 30-minute putt every day, or sometimes if I'm not too tired, it's gonna be like an hour putting for me, from like 30 feet, 20 feet, 25. So I hope whoever pick me for the putting, I hope I'm not make them disappointed, because I will work hard on that. Well, after this, I'm gonna go practice and then go putting. Probably put myself like an hour practice. But if they're not put me on the putting, it's okay too, because I think I can do another skill shot also. But like I said, it's kind of like pressure, because if they put me on a putting, like they probably hope like I'm probably going to win. But please don't put your money on me too much, okay? Because sometimes I can be off or on. So 50-50. Don't hope too much.
Well, I mean, you have experience winning these kind of putting competitions. It wasn't that long ago. I think it was just last year that you won the VPI, the virtual putting competition, and you didn't just win; you destroyed everyone. Like, you won by a lot. Does that kind of are you used to playing putting competitions like with the putting from different stations and stuff? Is that a kind of format that you enjoy playing?
Yeah, you know what? Thank you to Jeff Spring, because the first, when he do a putting workshop, right, putting contest at the very first one, Jeff running it, so he invite I'm not sure how many, like 16 men, 16 women. So I just kind of have experience from that, so I took that one, the winner, and it's pretty much like I learned from that experience, and I have been taught myself to be more calm when it's become like a putting challenge. So, and then the second time was Paige invite me to her event, like putting contest the day before of the Pro Tour Championship. So I took that one win also. So pretty much like from all the experience I have be a putting contest is helped a lot. But like I said, those Paige, Missy, Heather Young, Lisa, they are great putter out there. I think sometimes maybe, I feel like maybe they're just very tired from the practice. That's why I make them not putt good on that day. But I don't think like they better than me. I just like maybe less tired, or maybe I just like a little bit more experienced. But I feel like those girls can out-putt me anytime, any day. So, yeah.
One more question for you. So you mentioned earlier that you're changing up your form. Is that your form like off the tee, or is that your form with your form? Like what throw are you changing your form on? Yeah.
So last year, I'm just kind of like pretty fast throw. I move very fast, so make me slippery a lot when is the wet tee pad or muddy. I'm kind of like, slide out everywhere, and I lose a lot of stroke. So this year I try to be more slow down. So far so good. I never slippery off the tee pad. So far so good. I'm probably saved like at least like 10 stroke. I feel like this year I'm gonna save a lot of stroke for just like slow down my form, and then hopefully follow through my hip. Big problem for me, follow through my hip. I didn't even follow through my hip whatsoever. I don't know why. I guess I'm dumb. But anyway, so I try to, like I said, slow down my form and then maybe learn some follow hip more. Hope to throw further. Because everybody know when you throw far, you putt good. A lot of big win waiting for you. So yeah.
I mean, I think that's like the nightmare for the FPO field, is that Ohn Scoggins suddenly learns how to throw 400 feet. That's going to be terrifying for all your competitors. I have one last question. I know I said the last one was the last question, but this one's actually the last question. Last year, I didn't even realize this.
I don't want to say anything, Matt, but if I can... Yes, say again?
What? Sorry, say it again?
I just feel like, hey, keep the eye out. If someday Ohn Scoggins can throw 400 feet, watch out, because I can, we can share money with you out there in the tour. So, so that's going to be my big dream, to throw further, because I feel like I have another game similar with other, only throw far is big problem between me and the big throw girl, because they outdrive me every hole. But hey, you never know. I never keep up my dream easily, so maybe I throw farther this year. We'll see.
Awesome. And one last thing for you. I didn't even realize this, but last year, it got lost because Kona, that was like a big performance for her at Waco. You actually finished second at Waco. You birdied 9 of the last 11 holes to finish second place solo at Waco. Is that an event that you're kind of eyeing as like, this is one I can win out on tour?
Yeah. I think when the tricky course, like not too far course, I think I have a chance. And also I like to be sneaky behind a lot of girls. When they think, on maybe out of the world, out behind, but hey, I like to be surprised them sometime here and there. I feel like the small course is give me a lot of hope to catch out the score back. But the big course, of course, I'm kind of behind. But when it's like wood course or a technical course, I think I can gain more score back. And you never know, Waco this year it's gonna be fun. Yeah, I cannot wait though. It's gonna be fun, and then I'm looking for another big pro tour. I'm signed in for Great Lake Open, and they will play there before. And oh my God, I think this year pro tour is gonna be on fire. Keep the eye on everyone. So,
and that's perfect.
Thank you.
Oh, and thanks for joining us. That was great. Stick around.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome back. We're in Tucson ahead of Disc Golf Pro Tour's All-Star Weekend. We're with Paige Pierce now. Paige, you're our first team captain today to have a presser with us. Do you have a plan going into tonight? Do you know who you're taking, or are you going to decide as it comes?
Well, I mean, you got to keep it play by ear, right? Because I don't know who's going to be available. I get one pick, but then Katrina gets two. So I have a pretty good idea who I'm going to pick with my first pick, but, I think picks 4 and 5 are going to be pretty important for me. So I know who I find to be the best players, in my opinion, but 1, are they going to be available? 2, are they playing the course well? 3, are they adjusting to their new disc well? Stuff like that. So a lot of things have to go into account. So I'm going to go get a practice round as soon as the course opens and then just sit there on the holes and watch my peers and see who's playing the course well, because that's really what it comes down to, the elevation. And, like I said, lots of competitors are using new discs. So gonna go peek and see how people are doing.
Hey, how was your off season? Did you what was the highlight of your off season, really?
I mean, honestly, it's been nice to just like decompress and reap, some of the rest that I deserved after working so hard last year. And I think probably the highlight was just hosting family for the first time. I've got a new home, so to be able to host our families, and for the first time ever, they've always hosted us. So I got to enjoy that family time, and then we also got a dog. So that was probably the highlight of my off season.
Mahmoud, questions for Paige?
I got to follow up on the dog question. What's the dog's name? What kind of dog is it? Just give me all the dog details that you feel. Is it the dog's going to travel with you? Is the dog in Hawaii? Is the dog in Florida? That's all I care about is the dog.
Okay. His name's Torben, which means Thunder Bear. He's got like a lightning bolt on his back, so Thunder Bear. But he is a mini Bernedoodle. He's going to get up to like 35 pounds. He's the love of my life. He's so sweet. I never had a dog before, so neither had Alyssa. So this is our first dog. So like learning how to care for someone, or like this living thing depends on us. So like teaching him how to go outside and be potty trained, stuff like that. And we're just learning a lot from each other and him in the process. So it's been really fun being a mom, I guess.
Awesome. So obviously I follow you on social media, and it seemed like, just looking at your social media feeds, that you noticed that like Missy, for example, won the DGPT Player of the Year. You noticed that like other people were like Katrina won the PDGA Player of the Year. And I remember you had one Instagram story in particular where it's like people are sleeping on how good my season was, or something like that. Like, does it add a little fuel to the fire when you win 5 Elite Series, I think it was, win a major, and then you don't win Player of the Year awards? Like, does that kind of like, I just got like Jordan vibes. Like I took that personally a little, you know what I mean? Like when Jordan's like seeing all the people winning MVPs and he's like, well, I'm just going to use that as motivation. Like I kind of got that from you. Do you think of it that way?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot of emotions that go into it. One, Katrina had an incredible year. Missy had an incredible year. But I know and I feel confident knowing that I had a great year as well. And in my mind, I would have won Player of the Year, but I'm not the one making the decision. So I have to respect that and the processes and realize what the processes are. And if I want to go after that award next year, then adjust my schedule, adjust all of these things, right? But obviously, I know 5 Pro Tours and a major championship don't get you Player of the Year. So this year, like you said, I have a little bit more fuel to my fire. I got to go after it, hit the tour harder. And I think really the key would, for me, just be consistency. I have those big finishes, but then certain events, I found myself around the 10th place mark. So just to be present at every single event and make sure that, hey, if I sign up for this event, give it my all. And then no matter what happens, if I find myself in the top 5 at every event, which I'm more than capable of, I think I'll have a better chance this year.
Okay. Last year you got off to that crazy hot start, and it felt like at the end, after Worlds, it felt like you kind of slowed down a little bit. Are you thinking about that this year in terms of like maybe I want to pace myself a little bit more so that I'm finishing the same way that I'm starting? Or is that in your thought process at all? Or are you just, like you said, attacking each event one at a time?
Yeah, totally. Like I said on the last question, it's just like making sure I'm present at the event. You know, for me, Worlds was like a pinnacle for me. And so after Worlds, you know, I was just kind of like lost and confused, and everybody's saying like, oh, you're a cheater, you missed the Mando and you knew it. And that stuff like really gets in my head. And it's like, you know, you find yourself like maybe not depressed, but just like sitting there like wishing you could turn back time or something like that. So I think for me, just letting Worlds be such a step above everything else, or maybe 50 steps above everything else, kind of translated into my performance on the other events. So like I said, my biggest goal this year is just consistency, and how I will find that consistency is just being present at each event and trying to perform like a world champion at every single event I go to, not just at the World Championships.
Awesome. I want to ask you about some other players that signed big deals this offseason. You know, Kona signed a big deal with Dynamic. Kristen signed a big deal with Latitude. We don't have the details of Katrina's deal, but we can assume that it's also like a pretty big deal as well. You were kind of the first person on the FPO side to get like a big deal like that. Discraft kind of putting their weight behind you and saying like, yes, we can sell like a disc with, you know, an FPO player's name on it, right? How exciting is it for you to see other companies kind of seeing the success that you're having with Discraft and kind of putting that behind Kona and putting that behind Katrina and putting it behind Kristen? Like, how cool is that for you to kind of see what's come out of your contract?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not a surprise at all for me with the companies that these players that you mentioned chose, DGA, Dynamic Disc, and Latitude. I've had interactions with all of their company heads, and they all support women's disc golf. So, you know, it's not surprising at all to me, and really, I think it's a testament to what disc golf has grown to be and what the fans are showing the women are worth. You know, when the fans come out and we sell out of tickets to watch the women's events, like that is what the sponsors want to see. That is what ESPN wants to see. That's everything. So showing that the growth of the women's game is, hey, now we're sorry, I hit the mic. Now we're equitable in pay, but also in tournaments. But hey, if we're showing that equality on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, hey, the sponsorships should probably reflect the same. So seeing specifically Kona's was really cool for me, because seeing her announced before Ricky, I thought was special. And then showing, hey, she got this helicopter ride, right? And then when you saw Ricky's announcement, it's like, oh, well, Ricky just copied Kona. So I thought that was cool that they did Kona's first instead of the opposite way around, because then it would have been like, oh, Kona's an afterthought. So I definitely applaud all the companies for stepping up and signing these women to bigger deals. And I think that, you know, that is a testament to how far the sport's come when you know women of the previous generation. I'm thinking Valerie Jenkins, Valerie Doss, and Des Redding, you know, both two multiple-time world champions that never got a signature disc, and Elaine King as well. So seeing that, hey, now the companies are starting to come around and realize women can sell discs too. I don't know where you guys got that, but yeah, showing that we are definitely capable of selling discs, and also just beyond that, just having fans. People want to watch women's disc golf, and so I'm excited for this year.
Yeah, I definitely am too. I think everyone is in terms of like, yeah, there's just so much great competition up the top, especially with all the Europeans coming over. Evelina, I think at Las Vegas, we're going to see Evelina, Henna, Kristen, Katie, Tati. We're going to have all the Europeans and yourself and Kat, and like we're going to have like a whole full FPO field. I think and it hasn't happened that many times where we've had just everybody there. How stoked are you to see that at Vegas and Waco? I think the first two we're going to have everybody there.
Yeah, super cool. I mean, you know, that's like the biggest, well, besides, hey, who's going to what company, then the next biggest announcement is who's going to what tournaments, where can I watch my favorite players, and to see, even for me as a competitor, like, okay, where is everyone playing? And so to see Evelina and Kristen, Hannah, all of them, all of the European players put out their tour schedule and show, okay, they're coming to Vegas, Waco, Preserve. I saw Evelina's going to. For me, that kind of makes me think, oh, okay, so those are the events that the people across the pond find to be the most prestigious. So in my mind, I might not think Vegas is that cool, but I need to take it as such because people are coming from all over the world to play here. And so it's kind of been a nice reset of my mind frame of like, hey, yeah, it's a little cold. There's 3 courses. We have to practice with, less than typical conditions with, hey, you can only play this course this day, this course this day. And wipe that out of my mind and take all the negativity out of my mind and just, hey, I get to compete with, is that how you say it, Katie? Katie, you said?
I think it's Katie.
I don't know how to say her name. I've never played with her, but I've watched lots of coverage of her, so I'm super excited to play with her and just get a chance to play with Hannah and Evelina again and welcome Kristen back over. And like you said, all of the American players as well that I may not have gotten a chance to play with last year. And, huge FPO fields all across the board this year.
A lot of people have done their own mock drafts of like who they think that you and Kat are going to pick. There's a player in the pool who is one of your very, very close friends, who's sponsored by Discraft, who won the Tour Championship last year and won a major last year at the end. She's very good. There's a lot of speculation that you will pick her. Her last name rhymes with Cannon. Can you confirm or deny that you will pick this player that I am thinking of?
Well, she was trying to get this information out of me at breakfast, I think, but I didn't give her any hints here. And I know she's watching this right now, so I'm not going to give her any more hints on here. But I haven't made any decisions yet. Like I said, I want to go see how people are playing the course. I'm actually playing with Missy at 115, so little does she know it's going to be a little test. How's she playing? Can she hang? But no, I think, my first pick's going to be pretty important. Luckily I know Katrina pretty well, so I kind of have ideas who she's going to pick. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Watch and find out.
Yeah, find out at 6 p.m. tonight, right?
Thank you, Paige.
Yeah, thank you.
Paige, thanks for joining us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Arizona. We're here at All-Star Weekend. Thanks for joining us, Calvin. You're our first captain on the MPO side. Is there a game plan going in? You're not the first pick, but do you have an idea of what you're doing, or are you just kind of playing it by ear?
Yeah, there's no real game plan. I really don't have a very good idea of what the format of the skills challenges are, so it's kind of hard to game plan. So yeah, I think I'm just kind of winging it.
Is there anybody in particular you think about and say, I want them on my team, or is it this is the best of the bunch as it is?
Yeah, I don't know. I really haven't put much thought into it. I mean, obviously there are players that played better overall throughout the course of the season than others, but that doesn't mean they're going to come out here and perform better. So we're all here at the All-Star event. We're all really good at what we do, so I don't think there's really a bad pick.
And your off-season, what was the highlight of your off-season?
I started building the van. It's almost finished, so that probably took up the majority of my off-season, so I guess I would have to call that the highlight because that's all that's really still on my brain right now.
Mo, questions for Calvin?
Yeah, Vinny. So just looking at the pool of available All-Stars, it kind of seems like Eagle is probably going to be picking between Dickerson, Hammis. Those are kind of like the two big picks. Except for other than those two, who do you have your eyes on as like a player that, like, because you're getting to go twice after Eagle goes the first time. Do you have any players in the pool that you're like, okay, I know Eagle's not going to pick this player, so I'm definitely getting them with my first overall pick?
No, I really have put no thought into it. But I mean, I think I'm going to try to figure out a better idea of what the format of all the different skills challenges are. Like I know there's a putting one, I know there's like kind of a skill shot one, and I know there's a distance one. But if I can find out exactly what the criteria are for those challenges, I think it'll be a little easier to pick my team and form it around those challenges.
Sure. I mean, the distance one is just like a raw distance, and the putting one is like a putting contest from various like spots, like 25 feet, 30 feet, just like VPI, which you competed in. And then the accuracy one is just like Mandos.
So circle. Okay. Well, I mean, so is like the Mando one scored by like skill shot where it's by foot, or is putting, is it just like more points for longer putts? Because if it's more points for longer putts, a circle 2 putter is definitely way more valuable than someone that makes all their circle 1 putts.
That's correct. Yeah, it's more points for putts from like circle 2, and just like the VPI.
All right.
And you get points in the accuracy contest for circle 1, circle 2, bullseyes, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, now that I know a little more about it, I think I can sit down and look at the player pool and kind of formulate what I'm looking at. But yeah, I mean, there's people who are definitely were more consistent last year at just about everything. We had Chris and Adam both had their wins. I mean, there's also Kyle Klein. He was coming on really strong at the end of the year, so he would probably be a pretty solid pick. But by the same metric, you need someone to compete in the distance. If it's just raw distance, I think I want to say Drew's here, and then I think Garrett's also playing. So those are probably two of the better picks for that. I'm not sure. I know Eagles hurt a little, so I don't know if he'll put himself in raw distance. I think we have to tell what we're putting the people in when we draft them. So I think he has to pretty much let me know that off the gate, and that might also dictate kind of how I draft.
I see you're wearing your shirt with your new logo. Can you talk about the process of making that logo and what the logo represents and all that stuff?
Yeah, the shirt just got here like an hour ago by mail. But yeah, no, a guy named Lane Molsoff, he's from somewhere in Canada. He designed it. I kind of did a little competition for it, and this was my favorite out of the bunch that I had received. And his description of it, he has the little circle there at the top kind of representing like a cyborg guy or something, but I don't know. It also kind of just looks like a sun rising over some mountains too. I mean, I don't know. I just thought it looked cool.
Awesome. It does in fact look cool. It's being blocked by the microphone right now, but where can people buy Calvin Heimburg shirts if they want them?
Yeah, I think they're available on VII's website as well as Flight Factory, and then maybe Gander's website as well. But I know for sure you can buy some Calvin merch at Flight Factory and VII.
Okay. One last question for you. You went on Instagram yesterday. You were at the airport, and you had you were doing like a Q&A. You had one question. Trying to show the logo there. You had one question. Someone asked you like, "What's it like to be in airport?" And you answered it really like poetically. Like you were like, "Oh, it's everyone's always leaving you, and it's tough to be in airport." I don't know. I there's no real question here. I'm just kind of blown away by the empathy. Like it really seemed like you really like thought about what it would be like to be in an airport, and like that's the kind of caring individual that I think a lot of fans love you about that.
Yeah, it's interesting, the places you can let your brain go when you've barely slept and you're at an airport at 5:30 in the morning. You can really relate to how the airport feels, and you can answer fans' questions that are kind of targeted at my poorly worded questions. So, I don't know. I'm glad people liked it, I guess.
Well, it's good to know that you have like a big heart, Calvin. So, thank you. Good luck in the competition this weekend, and we will see you out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Calvin.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back to All-Star Weekend. We are at the El Conquistador Resort by Hilton, and we are with Eagle McMahon. Eagle, you are our first MPO captain of the day here. Do you have a strategy for the draft going in tonight? Do you have any idea, or are you just winging it?
I have a little bit of a strategy. But a lot of it depends on what Calvin picks. But, of course, since I have the first overall pick, I definitely have a certain player in mind.
And you're 100% certain of this pick?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain of this specific pick.
Well, that's good to know. How was your off season?
It was incredible, very eventful. I'm a homeowner now. I am working on a van, so and I got a lot of good time to reflect on the past season, strengthen my body, and hopefully come out feeling good for the 2022 season.
Any goals in particular you'd care to share?
My main goal this year is last year I injured my shoulder, and I'm kind of just starting out. I want to make sure I don't do anything too crazy. I want to continue to rehab it, strengthen my body, just because we're going to be having this conversation again next year, and I want to be feeling good then. So if I can feel good throughout this year, find a good routine, that's going to help me perform at my best for 2022. But I also want to feel even better in 2023. So make sure I just find a good routine and be healthy.
Well, congratulations on the home, and we're wishing you the best health-wise. Mahmoud, questions for Eagle?
Yeah, Eagle, I noticed that you got a little bit longer of a hairdo. When did you decide to grow your hair out?
When did I decide? It kind of just happened. I have a fear of short hair lately. I don't know. I've seen some pictures of myself in the past, and I like the flow, man. So my girlfriend's been meaning to give it a trim, but at this point, we don't want to trim it in the hotel room because we don't have anyone to clean it up. But yeah, I think it might stick around unless it gets super hot.
So you have to put yourself in a skills competition before everyone else. You obviously throw the disc very, very far. Are you thinking about putting yourself in the distance competition? I mean, you're also like one of the best putters, so it's like a little tricky. I mean, what competition are you planning on putting yourself in?
Well, you would think that it'd be a no-brainer to put myself in distance, but I'm not quite sure if I'll do that quite yet, because what I just said was I'm really focusing on easing back into the season, and as much as I want to rip some drives at 100%, my rule right now is I probably shouldn't put more than 80% into any specific throw. So I'm feeling pretty good. I got the new Rainmaker here, so I'm thinking that I might put myself in putting, but we'll see. Once I play the course, see how the body feels. There's a chance I might go into distance, but probably go with putting. I think that's the smarter choice.
Tell us a little bit more about your new putter. You had that really cool promo video come out this offseason, and the disc just looks sick. Can you tell us a little bit more about the putter?
Yeah, this is my first Creator Series disc with Discmania. What that basically means is I had more input in the design process. So I figured what better disc to design than a putter, because it's a very personalized disc. I really enjoy putting with a P2, but some of the newer run P2s weren't exactly what I wanted. I wanted something a little bit closer to the older designs, older plastics, plus a little bit of an X factor, whether it be plastic or it's a little bit more shallow, just a disc that I feel like I can be confident with. So that's what the Rainmaker is. I've been really digging it. Putting on the Disc Golf Pro Tour is a little bit different than putting at your local course or in your backyard. So we'll see how it handles out there, but I'm feeling pretty confident with this new disc.
Awesome. And we're excited to see you putt with it tomorrow night. Last year you kind of started off the season with an exclamation point, winning the Vegas Challenge by it was quite a handful of throws. You got to dunk the last putt underneath your leg and all that, and throw the tilt on the last hole. What kind of mindset are you going into Vegas with this year, knowing that you're the defending champ and knowing that you kind of won in such dominant fashion last year?
Yeah, so I'm excited for Vegas. Like I just said, I'm easing back into the season. I'm playing these two events, and then I'm skipping in Texas because I feel like I'm going to need a big forehand to compete in Texas, and I don't feel like that's the case for the start of this year. So I'm really looking just to go put my best shot out there. I have a very good history in Vegas. I'm a 2-time champion, and going through all the holes, I feel like I can throw everything around 80% or below and still have a really good opportunity to compete, and hopefully that I can find that groove I found last year.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, yeah, you're coming off of this injury that you had last year at the Tour Championship. Can you just give us an update on your condition and how you were treating your injury?
Yeah. So I sublexed my shoulder just prior to the DGPT finale last year, and basically the whole offseason I've been working with Seth at Disc Golf Strong. I have a new sponsor, Move Chiropractic and Yoga in Boulder, and a handful of other people, physical therapists, and really just trying to rehab my shoulder. So doing a lot of stability, mobility exercises, really just trying to get the shoulder socket rock solid. And I've made a lot of progress, but with the shoulder subluxation, I'm basically back to normal in normal life. I can throw backhand pretty well, but forehand's lagging a little bit behind, just because the way I throw forehands is it's not really natural, if you can say the least. So I'm really need to just rehab it a little bit more, gradually throw some softer shots before being able to rip forehands again. But this will be a great opportunity to strengthen my backhand. I feel like ever since I started throwing forehand pretty dominantly, my backhand's got a little bit squirrely, to say the least. But I think this is a good learning experience, and I think I'll be able to become even a better backhand player now.
Awesome. Last question for you. There are a lot of really talented players today. There's Adam Hammes is the top available seed. Chris Dickerson is obviously a lower seed, but obviously an incredible player. And you also have your teammate Kyle Klein, who's your Discmania teammate. Can you give us a hint? Set the internet ablaze. Give us a hint, trying to guess who your pick is going to be later tonight.
It's one of those three you just listed.
All right. Thanks, Eagle.
Thank you, Eagle. We'll be right back here in Oro Valley. Welcome back. We're in Oro Valley ahead of All-Star Weekend. Jessica, thanks for joining us. You were on the course yesterday. You got to check it out. How was it out there?
It was great. I got it a practice round with Sarah Holcomb, and it was fun. We both throw a lot of sidearms, so it was great to be able to go see what another sidearm does out there.
Are you have any hopes for tonight? Anything in particular? What team you'll end up on? Where you'll end up in the skills challenge, or any expectations?
I am honestly very curious as to who is going to want me on their team. I know that I would be grateful for either team. I know Paige and Kat are both going to pick great players, obviously, for each individual thing. So it's really hard to say who's going to pick who.
And you were... We're not the only kind of show in the area. You were at the Tucson General Mineral Show the other day.
Yes.
And your family has kind of a connection to that. Talk about that.
So the first day that we showed up into town, Tucson was having their Gem and Mineral Show, and I've heard about this show my whole entire life. My grandma has always told me how it's one of the biggest in the U.S. In my local town, Nevada County, we have a Gem and Mineral Show, and I go to it every year. And I thought that was huge. And then I came here to Tucson, and this is even bigger. It is mind-blowing. And to be able to see all the gems and crystals out here, they have fossils, they have so many cool things that it's just incredible. Both my grandma and my grandpa were in my local gem and mineral club. I think a couple years ago, my grandma was the president of our club, so it runs in my blood for sure.
So you're gem and mineral royalty, pretty much,
yes,
is what you say.
Yes.
Well, you're in the right place this time of year then. Mahmoud, questions for Jessica?
Yeah, I know Luke Humphreys is also a big gem and mineral guy, and Kevin Jones as well. Have you guys ever gotten to go gem and mineral hunting together?
I've never been hunting with them before, but they usually set up like some kind of little like what do you call it? Yeah, they have some kind of polishing machine where like every once in a while they'll get into a parking lot, they'll set a table up, and they'll have like a water dripper to where they can polish their rocks on site at the disc golf course. So I like to look at that. That's a lot of fun. I have yet to get into their little circle and become one of their gem polishers, but I know it's got to be a lot of fun. I personally like to go hunting and I like to collect, so I'm not so much of the hands-on.
What's the coolest thing you've ever found? I don't do any mineral hunting, so I don't know if this question even makes sense, but what's your best catch?
Well, a few years ago, my friend Dave Martin took me smoky quartz hunting, and that was on the border of California and Nevada. It's very special. You have to have certain privilege and permission to be able to go up onto this mountain, and I think it's called Peterson's Mountain. I found a smoky quartz that could hardly fit in my hand, and it was so huge that it kind of blew my mind when I first dug it out of the sand. It was like a sand mountain, and you walk down the side of it and you start digging on the side of this mountain, and it starts falling and falling, and you start digging a little cave, and that's when all the crystals start falling, and it's really incredible.
That sounds amazing, and I feel like I need to go rock hunting now because I've never gone, but that sounds really fun. Shifting gears.
Yes, I need to go again for sure.
Yeah. Shifting gears to disc golf. So you're known on tour as the Swiss Army knife. You got every tool in the bag. Are you going to need every tool when you're going out playing this course? Are you going to be throwing your sidearm, your backhand, all the different shots that you have?
Well, I definitely plan on using the sidearm, the backhand. I have been trying to work on my backhand roller, trying to figure out which discs are going to come in handy for that. I don't know how much I'm going to pull out the left hand. I tried a couple times during the off season just for fun, but I haven't been practicing it, so I'm sure it's kind of gone away a little bit, but it's always fun to just pull out every once in a while and see what I still got.
Awesome. the star team, Team Innova, added a very high-profile. You have a high-profile teammate now in Haley King. How cool was it to see, you have a new teammate in Haley King out here at All-Star Weekend?
It's great. I know being on the star team is a privilege. I have been there before, so I know it does create a little bit more pressure, and hopefully she can handle it, but I'm looking forward to that star team soon. I got a couple things that I need to do, a couple more goals that I need to hit to get back up to the star team.
And Garrett Gerthy, he's here. He's a wild card on the MPO side. How excited are you to get to see Gigi kind of? Let's be honest with ourselves. He's probably going to get put in the distance competition. How excited are you to get to watch? I know you're a big fan, just like the rest of us, to get to watch Gigi bomb it out there.
Well, I'd say that I'm probably Garrett's biggest fan, so I'm very excited that he gets to compete. I was looking forward to him caddying for me and giving me some tips, but I always want to see him succeed, so it's really good to see him get out there and put on a wild card.
Awesome. Jessica, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. We're at the Hilton El Conquistador Resort. Matt, thanks for joining us. You had a big deal early in the off season. Does that create more pressure, excitement, or confidence going into this season?
The second two.
Yeah.
Definitely a little more, I wouldn't necessarily call it confidence, just more relaxed. And still out there trying to, kick butt and all that stuff, but just knowing that I'm not having the, putt for either hibachi or McDonald's, each day. It's nice,
How has the course been today for this weekend?
It's been super nice, man. I love being in the sun. Everything's a little more overstable here, so they fly a little better, you know what I'm saying? So, but I'm just glad to be out here. It's awesome views.
You had a preference tonight where you're landing. Obviously, you're not picking, but do you have anybody in particular that you would like to be on a team with? With the draft tonight?
Oh, I'd go with Chris Dickerson. I feel like he can't do nothing I feel like he can't mess up. So
yeah, we'll see how the cards fall. How was your off season?
Really well. It was kind of chill. But it's kind of borrowing car. My car was in the shop, but I got to spend a lot of time chilling and doing some workouts, and it's good to be back out because I suffered so much inside.
Is there anything in particular you're working on over the off season that you're trying to bring to your game this year?
Just trying to get a little more stronger and more stamina and stuff like that. I'm getting older, so I got to try to put myself in the top shape as I can. So I was calling it the Herschel Walker, but when Georgia won the national championship, I don't call it that anymore.
Well,
just kidding.
Thank you very much, and good luck this weekend.
Awesome.
Good luck the rest of your season.
Boom. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back to Oro Valley. We are with Gannon Buhr, who is here for All-Star Weekend. Gannon, how was your off-season?
It was great. Worked really hard, and except the only issue was it was like -20 the whole off-season in Iowa, so it was kind of tough to get practice in outside. But a lot of basement grinding and putting, so lots of that.
Your thoughts on playing in the snow? No, you'd rather not?
No, I hate it. I hate playing in the snow. Obviously, I'm used to like the cold, but like the snow just makes it impossible to like do anything. I mean, there's no effective work you can really do, so it's just like torture. So I hate that.
So you're happy to be here?
I'm very happy to be here, yes.
Yeah. You got to check out the course earlier. Yep. How is it out there?
I think it's really fun, actually. I love how all the elevation changes are downhill for most of the holes. I think there's only like 1 or 2 that are uphill, but it just gives it some nice scenery. I'm a big fan of like the longer par 3s, like the 480-ish foot par 3s, so those are something I'm a big fan of, just being able to crush again, after 4 months, the off season, or however long it was. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the course, and I'm excited to see how it plays out this week.
Is there anywhere you're hoping to land in the skills challenge?
I'm not sure exactly how the distance works. Is it just a competition to see if those first?
Pure
okay.
Distance, yeah.
Okay. So not that one, because I mean I could do okay, but it's not going to win or anything. So I think I could do good in the shot shaping or the putting. I think I'm kind of known for being a decent putter, so I think that's something I could do good in. The only issue is like if I have any pressure, I'm not that good at pressure putting, I feel like. So I think skills the shot shaping would probably be best for me.
Do you have a preference of where you'll land tonight, or are you just hoping that you have some good teammates and you have fun with it?
Not specifically. I just don't want to be the last pick. That'd kind of be like degrading. But I mean, it's whatever happens. But I'm kind of just excited to see who my teammates are and just to get this thing started.
Mo, questions for Gannon?
Hey, Gannon. The Des Moines Challenge was put on the Pro Tour last year. And obviously you're from Iowa. You're close with Ty, the TD. How cool is it? How excited are you to see it come back onto tour this year? And it looks like it's going to be a staple going forward.
Yeah, I'm so hyped for it. Especially, I'm not sure if everyone knows, but me and Ty pretty much were the only 2 people designing that course. So to see everyone's like positive feedback on it, that made me really happy, just to see all the hard work that we put into that course really paid off. I think to see it again on the Pro Tour for this year, we're making some changes, not a ton because we don't want to change, don't fix what's not broken. So but we made some pretty cool changes to just hole designs, trying to get some more landscaping and whatever to make the course just that much better. And I'm pretty excited. We're supposed to have a lot of added cash as well. So that should be, a good step in disc golf. And, I'm just so excited to see, a Pro Tour in my backyard. It's like 45 minutes away, but, yeah, it's cool to see that course that I grew up playing on the Pro Tour now.
Yeah, for sure. And I was about to say, like when you said we're making changes, I was like, don't change too much because that course is awesome. So, yeah, you guys did a great job the first time out. I noticed on your Instagram you showed some videos of you throwing lefty, and you're not just throwing lefty, you're like smashing lefty. What was the impetus for you to like learn how to do that?
I've always been motivated to like learn with my left hand. Okay, obviously those are fake. The video's mirrored, for anyone who doesn't know. I can actually throw lefty like 350 on a good rip, which is like not bad. I mean, it could be useful and if I ever hurt myself. But I thought it was gonna be a funny video to post to kind of mix everyone up, and like I left some of the lettering on my shirt so people could like kind of see it was not 100% real. So, but I mean, I am working on lefty, like honestly, because I think that could be the future of disc golf, to actually have both hands. Because I mean, sidearm's not that great on your body, especially if you're like throwing with not proper form or you're throwing hard. So I think lefty could possibly be the future of disc golf. But yeah, those videos were fake.
Thanks for calling me out, Gannon, and making me look silly in front of all these internet people. That's great. Thanks, Gannon. Really appreciate that. So last year you were the DGPT and PDGA Rookie of the Year. It was like unanimous across the board Rookie of the Year. What's next? What's next for Gannon Buhr?
I think my main goal is just to get one Elite Series win on the Pro Tour at any event, really. I guess what's next would be just, I think just better finishes this year, more consistency. That's kind of what I've been, putting my work in on the off season. I just want to, kind of be at the top, I guess, every event, whether that's, just top 10. I'll take that, obviously. I think you guys are going to see me a little bit more near the top this year instead of, only a couple events. So that's kind of my goal and what I'm hoping for.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I mean, one of the events you kind of broke out at was the Tour Championship. You went from all the way from round 1 to round 2, and you were in the semifinal as well. So, what was it like playing in that like high stakes environment for a ton of cash with all these all the best pros? I mean, that must have been a pretty high pressure situation for you, only being 18. You were the youngest player in the field.
Yeah, well, 18. I'm 16.
Hey, my bad.
Sorry. That was, it was really awesome for me, especially, I think 2 of the rounds I started 2 up through 2 holes or something like that. So 2 over, that wasn't good. But being able to battle back and come back to actually obviously have a chance of making the finals, where I ended up just having 2 back-to-back bogeys on some of the easier holes in the course, I feel like, on 15 and 16. But I was right there, and that feeling is really what drives me to keep playing, and obviously fans and stuff like that. But I want to be the best, and that, like I said, that feeling is just something that kind of keeps me wanting to keep playing. So that's the main reason.
Yeah, for sure. And so at the Tour Championship, there were a couple instances of players calling you out for excessive time. Was that something, we haven't talked to you since then, was that something that you thought about over the off season? Is it something that you're just kind of, where is that in your mind as you're heading into 2022?
Yeah, that's my only issue. I feel like my mom's always said if you fix that time, they have nothing it's not hate, but there's nothing that's controversial about my game, I guess. But to fix that, basically, the whole off season I worked on game time situations, just in my basement, be okay, this putts for the win, or just anything okay, this putts for birdie. I kind of just would walk up and chuck. So that's kind of my game plan right now, is just walking up and throwing the frisbee, not thinking about it too much. I can go in my basement and have 100 putters and make 90, 95 from 30 feet. But then I go to a course and a tournament, I'm just scared to death of it. And I think it's just because I'm getting in my head a little bit too much. But yeah, I think you guys are going to see me play pretty dang quick this year. I was just out playing the course, and I had no pressure. I just felt like I could just walk up and throw, and there was no nerves. Last year, it almost felt like my body wouldn't let me throw unless I took enough time to really dial in the shot. But I think, so I worked super hard over the off season to fix that issue. But yeah, hopefully I can speed it up a lot.
Awesome. Wise beyond your years. 16 years old, Gannon Buhr. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Gannon, thank you. We'll be right back in Oro Valley.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're at the Hilton El Conquistador Resort. Madison Walker joins us now. Madison, you're a wild card. Any hopes for the draft tonight? Any, I'd like to be on their team, or you just playing it by ear?
Honestly, I'm just happy to be here and be a wild card. I'm just gonna go with the flow at this point. I think that's part of the MO of being a wild card, and I'm just happy to be playing and hope that I won't be the last pick.
Have you got to play the course yet?
No, I got in last night late. I was full on here prepared for my media role, and now I get to play. I was first alternate, so I kind of expected there was a chance, but I honestly had written it off, so I'm excited that I get to play, and I have not played yet. I will hopefully see the course this afternoon.
Well, I can tell you it's beautiful, and a lot of people are coming from colder weather too. So it's nice to be here for that reason, at least. Anything big go on in the off season for you?
Just a couple things. I signed a new sponsor. No big deal.
No big deal.
No, I signed with MVP. I'm really excited to be throwing their disc in 2022. Last year I signed with a company that didn't was trying to do the disc thing, but they didn't quite. It was a weird time to start a disc golf company. So this year I'm excited to be with an established company, and in reality what I'm most excited about is the MVP community. They're so awesome. I'm sure some of you have heard, crowdsource lightweight discs. So it's very weird for me, very weird for everyone else, I'm sure, packaging up their discs and sending them to me. But MVP's been awesome, and they're sending out pro shop coupons and all that. And it's cool this year, every time I pull a disc out of my bag, it's one that somebody has pulled out and said, I want to send this to Madison. So it's lots of good juju in my bag this year. Awesome.
Mahmoud, questions for Madison?
Hey, Madison, what is your favorite disc in your bag these days now that you've been getting to try a bunch of new MVP discs? What's the one that's like kind of stood out to you?
Actually, one of the first discs I got was the servo, a plasma servo, and I am loving that disc. But because MVP did not have a ton of the molds and lightweights, I wasn't able to just test one of every mold. I had to look at the flight charts, flight number charts, and try to figure out which ones I wanted to try out because I had to find them in lighter weights. So I haven't got to try out everything, but the servo was an early favorite. The signal was an early favorite because I love those flippy discs because I like wooded disc golf courses. And I really like the Hex right now as well. So living in that land, I'm still trying to decide my favorite putter. I'm putting with proxies and anodes right now, and they both feel good. But we'll see what happens. Now that I finally have some discs in my hands, I'm finally starting to really get a feel of what I like. But the servo remains the same. Always my favorite.
And one of my favorite Madison Walker throws is the Rhino forehand, like Rhino sidearm, putter sidearm basically. What has filled that spot in your bag with the MVP discs?
That is still up for grabs right now. I will always miss my Rhino. It's one of the first discs I ever got and started solidifying my forehand approach game with. But right now I've been trying the Entropy, and while I do like it, it has a little bit more glide and a little bit more speed than I'm used to with an approach disc. Actually, I got to hang out with James this morning and for the first time nerd out with another pro about discs. He was the first person I've gotten to sit and talk molds with, and he had a lightweight premium plastic, I think it's Neutron plastic Envy that he dyed himself, and he gave it to me. So the Envy was already a front runner as far as an overstable approach disc. So I'm thinking maybe if James Conrad dyed an Envy and gave it to me, I should probably put that in my bag as my overstable approach disc.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully an Envy will do for you what it did for James at the World Championships, maybe, right?
Yeah.
And speaking of the World Championships, I mean, I think you and Calvin's reaction in the Conrad shot is one of my favorite of any person in the background reaction. Is like Calvin's jaw dropping. You're freaking out. The disc is not even the disc is in midair. What was that like being there on site watching the Conrad shot go in?
I lost him at the end. I lost the
Conrad
last half of that question, Mo. Okay.
Oh, sorry about that, Matt. What was it like
a golf cart
watching
drove
the
by
Conrad
and this
shot
beautiful
go in?
oasis?
Can you hear me?
What did I think about it?
Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can hear you now. Sorry, a golf cart
great.
went by.
Your reaction and Calvin's reaction to the Conrad shot was like pretty iconic. Like Calvin's jaw dropping, and you're freaking out. Like the disc is not even halfway there. What was your just take us through your reaction to watching that shot?
So in the MVP team page, they do this little thing called Sunday where they interview people on the team, and just they crowdsource questions and you answer them publicly, and they give away a disc. So they just asked me this question. So if I'm repeating for any of the MVP people out there, sorry, but it was a pretty surreal experience because being on that card with all of those players during the entire time and watching the intensity build, it was very intense. And also trying to help Calvin because he kind of was on the struggle bus a little bit. So it was just trying to keep him level. But, once you start helping someone in that scenario, you're a little bit more in touch. And I don't want to be woo-woo, but there was something happening right when he threw that drive and hit the early tree. And normally I would have discounted at that point. He's playing for par. When you hit a tree that early off the tee, the birdie's out of the question. It's too difficult of a shot. But I out of the hand, I kind of already knew it was in, and I don't own that. I don't want to, it's not mine to own, but in reality, I kind of already knew it. That's why I was already excited as soon as he let go of the disc, and then it went in like I already knew it was going to happen. So it was one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of, and one of the coolest things I ever got to experience. And of course, the crowd reaction chills. I mean, it was unbelievable. And then we got to see Calvin react a little bit as well, but. I think he was already in a place at that point of extreme disappointment, so he kind of brought back to reality pretty quick. But I mean, it was amazing to get to watch that and to get to feel what it felt like going into it. I feel super honored I got to be a part of that.
That's amazing. That's really really cool. So I look at these UDisc profiles pretty much every day. I look at a lot of them. I think you're the only player that actually has a quote on there. Do you know what the quote is?
I think I do know. It's isn't it if you're not first, you're last, Ricky Bobby?
You're right.
Is it still that?
It's still there.
Okay, so fun fact that got put on back in the day. I think it was Zach Melton and Big Germ. We were just messing around and we did that, and I've tried to change it so many times. I've also tried to change my picture, but it just doesn't. I don't know if the UDisc guys don't get it. I know they have a lot on their plate, but if it's gonna stay up there forever, so be it.
Right now, and it's awesome, so I say you keep it at this point. One quick disc golf question before you let you go. You were super consistent last year. It looks like, just looking at the places down the line. You had one top 10 finish at the Portland Open and tied for 9th. But for the most part, almost all of your finishes were 11th, 12th, or 13th. It's almost every single finish is 11th, 12th, or 13th. What is it going to take to kind of crack the top 10 this year?
So everyone knows I was playing with an injury last year, and I had to do this weird taping on my finger. So honestly, I am, even though it's a bummer to be out of the top 10 consistently, as you said. No, it's cool that I was able to be competitive at all with the tape on. I was having to relearn how to putt with the tape on. So there was a few tournaments that I played a lot better than my score says because I was putting a lot. And, when you hang out on the green for that long, it's inevitable you're going to plummet down the leaderboard. But this year I do feel a lot more confident in my putt. I have more time behind it, and I feel mentally more confident, and then I have more reps in this off season. So I think a bag refresh like I got to do this year with MVP, and then spending more time on the green during the off season is going to be the defining factor that takes me from outside the top 10 into the top 10 with no problem this year. But that being said, the FPO field is bigger than ever, and it's more competitive than ever. And I'm so stoked to see that finally happening, because we used to have to piece together the women's field and hope that we would have, over 15 people. And now the events are filling up and we don't have enough room. So that's really cool. I'm excited because I think I'll play better than ever, but I'm also excited to see what other women bring to the table. And as long as I'm proud of myself when I get off the course, if I'm not in the top 10, that's fine with me, as long as I'm happy with how I played compared to how I usually play.
And just last question before we let you go, what's the goal for this year? Is it just to make the Tour Championship? Is it to win the Elite Series? What's kind of the realistic expectation for you this year?
So I never really, my goal is never really to win, and I know that sounds weird as a professional athlete to say, oh, I don't care about winning, but in reality, because the field is so deep now, and because I'm playing with a weird injury, and I'm realistic. I know that winning may not be on the table. Like I said, I want to just be proud of myself as a person, as a player and a person. But I think I do have small, achievable, but still difficult goals. And one is to make the Pro Tour Championship. That was a goal last year that I managed to squeak in, and I was very proud of. Another one is I want to keep my inside the circle putting percentage above 90%. That's going to be a tough one, but I think I can do it. And the other one was I want to be in the top 5 on scramble percentage, because that's what I pride myself in on the course, is being able to recover from bad shots, not just make perfect shots, but being able to take those bad shots that we're all going to make and make them better. So those are my 3 kind of achievable goals for 2022.
Awesome. Madison Walker, thank you a ton, and we'll see you out there both as a All-Star wildcard and as a media member. So, yeah, exciting weekend for Madison.
Yeah, trying to do it all. Get it all in. And I'm happy to be in Arizona. This is awesome.
Madison, thank you for joining us.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be right back.
Thanks for having me.
welcome back to Oro Valley. Mikko, thanks for joining us. How you doing today?
Excellent. I'm very happy to be here.
You were just talking about how nice of a day it is. How you have a chance to get out there and throw?
Yesterday I went and played a practice round, and I'm looking forward to playing after the interview today.
Now, you're coming in as a wild card, correct? And do you have any expectations? Excuse me. Sorry, I don't.
You want to the one before? I feel like I stumbled up, and I'd rather not put that out there. You want to ask the previous one so I don't fuck up the words too much?
My mistake. Hey, do you have any expectations for the draft tonight?
No, my expectations are just to do my best, show up, and stick to the game plan. I've played the course once, so I'm starting to develop a game plan. After today, I feel like I should know what I want to do on every hole.
Any particular person you want to play with tonight, or play with this weekend, or try to get in?
This guy's rolling on the ground over here. How can I focus? No, I'm just kidding. I'm looking forward to playing with any one of the pros here. I feel like everybody earned their spot, and they're clearly some of the best players in the sport right now. But I like Gannon Buhr. I talk that kid up a lot, and I feel like he's just got a really good mindset for disc golf. He's athletic, and I like the way he throws. So I think it'd be cool to team up with Gannon Buhr.
Any off-season updates or a sponsorship news you're trying to share?
Yeah, I'm actually going into a mixed bag sponsorship deal with two companies this year. It's Gateway Disc Sports and Clash Discs. Gateway, as you know, my uncle owns Gateway Disc Sports, so we've had a long-term relationship, and we're working through all the details of the business and what we can do to build on the growth of the sport together. And the guys at Clash Discs have been extremely supportive and very professional in everything we've talked about so far, and I'm looking forward to advancing and progressing with both of the companies, Gateway Disc Sports and Clash Discs. And I have one more retail sponsor, which is Local Route Disc Golf Pro Shop in Florida. So I'm just looking forward to working with the companies that got my back this year, and of course I'm looking forward to practicing in this nice weather. I hear the birds chirping, they're calling my name, and I'm excited. I'm stoked to be where I'm at in the sport. And it's a good feeling to be here in Arizona and get to work with Disc Golf Network and Disc Golf Pro Tour and all the new people that are involved in the sport as well.
Well, congratulations. And with that, Mahmoud, any questions?
Yeah, Nikko, it's really cool to hear that you're back with Gateway. I remember way back when you putting with Wizards was one of my favorite things to watch. Are you back with Wizards? Are you doing Warlocks, or what are you?
I am. I'm putting Wizard and Voodoo right now. I got used to putting without the bead on my spin putts, so I started putting the Voodoo on the spin putts, and I'm still dropping them in there and throwing the Wizard as well. We're also working on some new prototypes over at Gateway Disc Sports, and both Gateway and Clash have also decided that we could potentially produce my own line of discs through Flight Club and another brand that I'm starting as well. So it's an exciting time to be where I'm at in the sport.
Awesome. That's super exciting to hear. One of your kind of signature moments last year, one of the signature moments on the entire tour last year was your 70-foot putt throw-in at Waco on the 17th green. Can you tell us a little bit about that moment and what that meant to you for the 2021 season? And if you're still taking that energy with you, we're going to be heading back to Waco pretty soon here, taking that energy with you into the 2022 season.
Yeah, that was a magical moment for me that stands out in my disc golf career. But that's the moments we live for. That's why we go out in the field and we practice and we put the reps in to eventually be in a situation like that where you're faced with a very meaningful spot in the tournament. And luckily, I was able to grab a hold of that moment and come out on top in Waco. And I'd be more than happy and grateful to come out on top again in 2022. And that's what I live for. I've been a professional disc golfer since I was 18 years old. I'm 33 years old now, and I feel like I've spent a lifetime pursuing my dreams, aspirations, and goals as a professional disc golfer, and this year is clearly going to be the most exciting time of the sport with all the new brands that are getting involved in the sport and all the new people and the spectators, and it's amazing, man. It's such a satisfying moment and feeling to be where I'm at and get to compete at the top level of a sport. I've spent my whole lifetime practicing, and I will continue to practice and work hard for my goals in this sport.
Awesome, man. Yeah, it's just, it was a pleasure to watch you play last year. I feel like your Waco win was so cool and so big, it almost like overshadowed the rest of your excellent season. Like you had a pretty strong season just down the line. It started to kind of slow down there at the end, but you had like an 8th place finish at Portland. You had a top 10 finish at the OTB Open. You had plenty of strong finishes. What's it going to take to kind of take those strong finishes from the beginning of the year and kind of continue them throughout the back half of the year?
I just need to work harder than ever before and stay confident in myself and just create a strong vision in my mind of how I want to succeed and stick to the game plan every single week. And in this sport, it comes down to your preparation and how focused you are, and I feel like I have those things aligning in my life right now. I feel focused on my goals at hand, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this season. This is kind of the opening kickoff. This is more of like a fun promotional exhibition type event here at the Disc Golf Pro Tour All-Stars. So it makes me feel good that I was able to work really hard last year and be in a position this year to showcase my skills and prove once again that I'm one of the best to do it.
Yeah, let's just talk about that real quick. What does it mean to be named an All-Star? Like, what does that title mean to you?
I think it shows your hard work and preparation. Every single person that's competing has earned their position to compete in this All-Star tournament. And I look back at last year's year just all together and the whole season, and there's so many talented players that it's amazing to come out on top. I mean, the wins are more satisfying now than they've ever been before because the talent pool is at an all-time high. I feel like we're going to see new names come out on top this year, possibly even kids and youngsters that you've never even heard of before that have been practicing in their backyard, throwing in the field up the street from their house, and gaining confidence in their own game. So I'm excited to see that. I want to see some new names up there at the top, and I want to be one of the veterans that are still able to hold my position in the sport, and I live for this.
Awesome. And one last question for you. I feel like you're one of the few All-Star, like most of the All-Stars, it's pretty obvious, right? Drew Gibson, you're going to put him in distance. Ohn Scoggins, you're going to put her in putting. Like everyone has like a skill that they really, really excel at. I feel like you could put you in distance. You could put you in the accuracy. You could put you in putting, and you're really kind of good at all those things. Is there one where you feel like this is my skill, this is where my captain should put me?
I'd say I guess I browsed over how we're going to be competing, and I guess the skill shot, I feel like I can kind of perform and get the Frisbee close enough to the basket and always, leave myself in a good position on the course. But I would be down to do the distance. I feel like if I pop one off, I could throw it damn near as far as any one of them. Even at 33 years old, I think I'm self-proclaimed furthest throwing 33-year-old in the world. I don't think anybody throws further than me, and if you think you do, bust out the checkbook. I'm ready for a side bet.
All right, Nikko Locastro doing it for all the 30-plus people out there. Shouts, Nikko. I appreciate you representing us out there.
Trying to inspire people, those 30-year-olds, you know what I mean? You could still do it. You can still do it.
I think Paul Macbeth is 32, so he's not that far behind you.
So bust out that checkbook. He's got a couple extra zeros to compete with, so throw him down.
Okay, so I would pay to watch that competition, Paul Macbeth and Nikko Locastro in a distance competition.
Let's do that.
That'd be amazing.
Let's do a pay-per-view for that competition.
All right, we'll get it set up. Nikko, thanks for your time, dude.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. That is our last interview of the day. We'll see you in a few hours for the draft on Disc Golf Network.
Can we
Thanks
answer
again.
any questions from the fans? Do any of the fans have any questions for me? Do we have any questions there? Are people asking? Are people in the chat room? Oh, no. The delay.
Do you want to wait for 40 seconds, or you want to go? Because they're about 40 seconds behind the live.
I can wait for 40 seconds.
Anything else you'd like to plug for 40 seconds?
Gateway Disc Sports and Clash Discs are my two main sponsors this year, and I feel a lot of support from both of these companies. And just want to give the shout out there. Shout out to Local Route Disc Golf Pro Shop as well. be working closely with that retail location in Florida. And shout out to all my friends that are out there supporting me and sending me messages all the time.
Okay, this isn't a
Family.
question.
Any questions for the fans?
Shout out to my brother, Jeremiah Dwyer. He's going to be one of the next up. We got to get him out on tour. So hit up my brother, Jeremiah Dwyer. Tell him he needs to show up to these tournaments and hang out with me.
Benjamin wants to know, how do you like the Magic? That's what he putts with. The Gateway Magic.
I won the 2009 United States Disc Golf Championship using a Magic, so it's one of the best putters. Gateway has always been known to make quality products, and I'm happy to stand behind my uncle's business over at Gateway Disc Sports. I was born and raised in St. Louis, Missouri, and I've won a lot of tournaments with the Magic, and I know that it's a good putter. All of those putters are good. You know, you got the Magic, the Voodoo, the Warlock, the Wizard, and there's also several new prototypes that will be coming out this year as well.
Sue and Raleigh wants to know, what's going to replace the Stiletto? That was a big part of your bag when you were throwing
Spirit
the Trilogy.
and Illusion. I think the Spirit is a better disc than the Stiletto, and it's more controllable and can get better distance, so I'll be replacing that disc with a Spirit from Gateway. And Clash Discs is also working on a new lineup of discs, and they're allowing me to give input. So I'm just excited, man. I feel like there's going to be new Frisbees coming out on the market from the companies that I'm working with, Gateway Disc Sports and Clash Discs. So I'm excited to see what the future brings with these companies, you know. I feel like there is a lot of potential for growth on all sides of the spectrum.
Awesome. And last one from the fans. Last one from the fans. James wants to know, you know, a lot of players have managers now. We see, James. Ricky's got a manager. A lot of players have like managers and agents and all that stuff. Do you have one? And if not, are you thinking about getting one?
You know, I've definitely considered that option, and I started talking to Beacon Sports Management a little bit and kind of feeling out that situation. But I would definitely be very open-minded to having some people on board, such as a manager and some other roles. I actually feel like I'm going to need a good amount of help this year to succeed on the business side beyond being a player, and I have some people lined up. I'm actually going to be hitting the tour with my van and an RV this year, so I have somebody that's going to travel with me in the van and help me do some vending and help set up the booth for Flight Club. And I definitely probably need a manager. I mean, I might need a couple managers just to keep up with the messages in the inbox. People asking me, "What are you throwing? What are you doing?" But I appreciate all that from people. You know, people are they feel close to me, man. I feel like I got a really good community of people around me. I got a lot of friends and a lot of people on the network.
Awesome, man. Well, Nikko, we're gonna let you go practice. We'll see you at the draft later. Well, we don't need to necessarily see you at the draft, but we will see you picked at the draft later tonight. Thanks for your time, man.
Nice. Hey, thank you guys for the time.
Camera's clear. Fuck.